What was the final, dude? Do you know? Brutal.
For the fifth strike. Everything got going about 3:30 to 4 o'clock, and between right now and 11 p.m., we do have that potential for scattered strong to severe storms. So here's what you need to do, folks. Stay weather alert. Be prepared to move indoors if severe thunderstorm warnings are issued for your specific county and your area. We'll do our best to let you know quickly because storms are developing quickly. So be prepared. Stay weather alert again, and just know ahead of time right now as you're coming and going this evening, good chance for some strong to severe storms, hail, and some isolated damage and wind gusts. Those are the two main risk factors through this evening. All right, so here's what we're looking at right now. Multiple severe thunderstorm warnings, and these do include Bledsoe, Ray County, that's into Roane County, Morgan and Scott County. Just put a considerable tag, the National Weather Service in Morristown did, on this storm moving into Scott County. Could be seeing large hail up to tennis ball size possible. And so that's what we're looking at with that particular storm. Also in Kentucky, we've had ongoing strong to severe storms. Again, some isolated damage and wind gusts. The main impact so far and the expectation will continue to be large hail. That's really going to be the primary impact and threat out of some of these strong to severe storms. You can see them lining back just west of Jamestown, moving up into Kentucky. It's a cold core upper level trough moving in from the west. Warm daytime heating with dew points in the 60s beneath at the surface and some stronger winds aloft as well. All these coming together to promote vertical updrafts, and these strong updrafts tapping into that cold air aloft, and you're getting some hail cores developing. And even over into North Carolina, over toward Asheville, seeing some scattered strong storms just on the other side of the mountains. Let's talk about the storm that's up into Kentucky right now. Williamsburg, Corbin into Barberville in Knox County, Kentucky. These are some strong to severe storms with some hail possible. Here's this storm again, continue to track northeast of Wartburg. It's now into Scott County. This could have some large hail associated with that particular storm. And let's zoom on in and talk about this hail core. It's still holding together. This is very large hail. Again, we're likely looking at hail the size of hen eggs to tennis ball. That's what Doppler radar's indicating the potential right now. So in rural portions of southern Scott County, Winona, Norma, heading toward Norma right now. Again, that could be some damaging large hail that's moving out of Morgan into Scott County. Take cover. Move your vehicles under cover if you can. And again, hope for the best on roofs. But any size above golf ball size or larger, that's when you can start getting some damage to most roofing materials and surfaces. All right, so here's what we're seeing west of Spring City. I mentioned Bledsoe County into Ray County. That storm has also got some large hail. And so here's a look at our futurecast between right now and 6 p.m. Over the next hour, these scattered strong to severe storms will progress off the plateau into the northern and west central parts of the valley up into Kentucky. Again, any one of these stronger cells could have large hail and maybe some isolated damage and wind gusts. Those are the two main risks. And so here's what we're looking at 7 p.m. Look at that. I mean, that's just a high-res model showing the potential for some of these cells that could be intense in terms of large hail. So just know that ahead of time. That's the favorable environment for those severe storms with large hail into this evening. Then as we go 8 to 9 p.m., we're looking at more scattered strong to severe storms. This is 10 to 11 p.m. tonight. Once we get past 11 p.m., the storms will lose their punch. So between right now and 11 p.m., though, we do have a 10 weather impact alert for strong to severe storms. Friday, by the way, is going to be noticeably drier. So here's that weather impact alert. Again, now to 11, large hail, some isolated damage and wind gusts, the two main impacts. Stay weather alert. Be prepared to move indoors. As the highest impact, some large hail with some of those damage and wind gusts. Some flooding, tornadoes not likely. This is a favorable setup for severe storms with large hail and damage and wind gusts. And that's what we're looking at. We have a severe thunderstorm watch, means severe weather is possible through 11 p.m. And just to give you a quick update and what we're talking about, we said that 2.5-inch size hail. Yeah, there we go, right there. That's tennis ball. 2.5-inch size hail in Scott County possible right now. We're going to keep you updated, improving for Mother's Day, and we'll talk more about that in our extended forecast coming up at 5 o'clock. Brittany, let's go back to you.
Good evening. Thank you for watching 10 News at 5. I'm Robin Wilhoit.
And I'm John Becker. It's a 10 weather impact alert day, and for good reason. We heard it. Golf ball to tennis ball size hail in parts of East Tennessee.
Todd, folks need to be listening to you and taking heed of what you have to say and what's playing out on the radar.
Yeah, a picture's worth 1,000 words, right? Look at the picture. Look at the polygons. Yellow polygons are severe thunderstorm warnings. Each one of these severe thunderstorms could contain some large hail, quarter size or larger. Now, if you have a quarter, that's 1 inch in diameter. Doppler radar was showing considerable large hail potential coming out of Morgan and Scott County, up to 2.5 inches in diameter. And if you take 2.5 inches in diameter, well, that is the size of a tennis ball. So that's what we're looking at potentially. Some of these hailstones could be golf ball size or larger, and that's what's developing out of Middle Tennessee coming into East Tennessee. So let me just go ahead and show you what we're talking about. Mature severe storms have the favorable ingredients with colder aloft, warm, moist, unstable at the surface for large hail. And look at some of the hail sizes. On the left-hand side, that's pea size. That's a quarter inch. That's just small. Again, severe hail is quarter size or larger, and that's 1 inch in diameter, and that's right here. Look at the potential. Again, egg size is 2 inch. We could see some egg size or larger hailstones. Again, briefly, tennis ball size hail had the potential coming out of Morgan into Scott County. So there's an example for you. We don't want that. Keep that well to ourselves somewhere. Here's a look at, again, with the hail size, we also have the potential for some of those strong isolated damage and wind gusts. Now, to get large hail, golf ball size hail or larger, you almost need wind speeds of up to 70 miles per hour or greater within a mature storm. So that's what we're looking at. Hail and isolated damage and wind gusts, the two main factors. Here's a check of radar. There's the storms up into Kentucky. There's that severe storm over Norma and moving from Scott County into Campbell County right toward Caravel, La Follette, McLeod Mountain. We're looking at large hail right over Norma right now. Let me stop the radar. Again, that is a mature hail core. Could have golf ball size hail or larger. Some damaging hail with considerable hail damage possible coming out of Scott County into Campbell County. Elsewhere, other strong to severe storms, Spring City into Roane County right now, tracking off to the east. Looks like not overly large hail with that storm, but look at the storms on the plateau in Kentucky between right now and 6 to 7 to 8 p.m. These strong to severe storms will be tracking in all the way through 11 p.m. Once we get past 11 o'clock, these storms will start to die down and a quieter overnight into our Friday.
Your forecast, it is going to be an active evening weather-wise. As you heard Todd say earlier, hail falling in parts of East Tennessee. And we're talking about big hail.
Yeah, tennis ball size in places, Todd. At least that's what the radar is reporting.
Yeah, at one point it pulsed up, and the National Weather Service in Morristown put a considerable large hail tag on a severe storm coming out of Morgan County into Scott County. Now, that same storm, again, it was pulsing up, not quite that large of hail right now, but at one point it was indicating 2.5-inch diameter hail, which is close to, it is tennis ball size. That's 2.5 inches. So if you have a tennis ball sitting around your house right now, you look at that, yeah, you can imagine that's some devastating hail. We've had egg-size hail confirmed in Franklin and Middle Tennessee. We've had quarter-size hail. Once you get quarter or larger, that's severe. So these are the severe levels. Quarter size or larger. Of course, we don't want to go up in the sports ball spectrum there. And certainly that's a look, though, at what we're looking at. We do have the potential for some large hail, at least quarter size or larger, with any strong or severe storm this evening. So, and we did have in Lansing a confirmed report of anywhere from nickel to quarter size hail. And by the way, if you do submit any hail pictures, if you can put a coin in your hand with the hailstone and safely take that picture with a coin for reference, that's always a good idea, as everybody's hand is different size, so that gives us a better perspective. Here's what we're seeing right now in Knoxville. It's been a warm and humid day, dew points in the low 60s. Weather impact alert will continue from right now through 11 p.m. We're looking at strong to severe storms. Now, the main two impacts will be large hail is the primary impact from any strong to severe storm this evening. Isolated damage and wind gusts possible. Even got a report of 2.5 to 3 inches of rain coming out of Bledsoe into Ray County with a flash flood warning being issued. So some isolated flooding will also be possible with some of these thunderstorms moving through. What do you need to do? Stay weather alert. Be prepared to move indoors quickly if a severe thunderstorm warning, which means take action, severe weather is imminent. Be prepared to move indoors and to your safe place, which is the lowest floor away from outer walls and windows. And again, large hail is going to be the highest potential impact from storms between right now through 11 p.m. So through this evening, we got a chance for strong to severe storms. The next highest impact, a moderate level, downed trees and power outages, isolated damage, wind gusts, some localized flooding possible. Tornadoes not likely, not really the favorable environment. There is a favorable environment with cold air aloft and higher dew points, some stronger winds aloft for hail formation. Where you see all these yellow polygons, look at them. I mean, Middle Tennessee, East Tennessee, Kentucky, North Carolina, just spread all over, right? The scattered nature, that's due to that cold air aloft, thunderstorms, again, developing, those strong updrafts reaching up and tapping into that cold air, and that's where we're seeing large hail. That's the main risk through this evening. There's a severe thunderstorm watch that will include all of our viewing area in the Channel 10 viewing area through 11 p.m. tonight. So again, those are the two risks, the hail and the wind gust potential. Right now, we're seeing a severe storm in Spring City. Also, severe thunderstorm warning east of Williamsburg and Barberville, Kentucky. Got a severe thunderstorm warning Scott County and Campbell County, and a new one for Tazewell. Again, this is the nature of almost all where you see these red splotchy cells. Each one of these could be producing large hail. Look at this. Monticello, again, Corbin, Barberville, and Knox County, Kentucky. All of these have the potential to be producing large hail. So make sure you yourself are inside and away from the outer walls and windows. And if you can, put your vehicle under cover, because this is some very large hail. Take a look at this. Elk Valley, Pioneer, in Campbell County, take cover. Large hail. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for Campbell and Scott until 5:45. Some very large hail moving through Campbell County right now and continuing north of Caryville, and there's Elk Valley. That's heading up toward Clearfield and Habersham, and eventually up toward Middlesboro and Cumberland Gap. Now, elsewhere, there's that strong to severe storm coming off the plateau and will continue to make its way into the valley between right now and about 8 p.m. These scattered strong to severe storms possible. Once we get past 11 p.m., the storm potential will be winding down. And then we're looking at somewhat of a quieter pattern once we get into our Friday and Saturday. So most of our Mother's Day weekend is improving. Chance for showers late Mother's Day. Rain returns Monday and a Tuesday. Then we're looking at a warmer pattern back in the 80s for the second half of next week. John, Robin?
All right, Todd, thank you. And coming up in our next half hour. you for watching 10 News at 5. I'm Robin Wilhoit.
And I'm John Becker. It's a 10 weather impact alert day, and for good reason. We heard it. Golf ball to tennis ball size hail in parts of East Tennessee.
Todd, folks need to be listening to you and taking heed of what you have to say and what's playing out on the radar.
Yeah, a picture's worth 1,000 words, right? Look at the picture. Look at the polygons. Yellow polygons are severe thunderstorm warnings. Each one of these severe thunderstorms could contain some large hail, quarter size or larger. Now, if you have a quarter, that's 1 inch in diameter. Doppler radar was showing considerable large hail potential coming out of Morgan and Scott County, up to 2.5 inches in diameter. And if you take 2.5 inches in diameter, well, that is the size of a tennis ball. So that's what we're looking at potentially. Some of these hailstones could be golf ball size or larger, and that's what's developing out of Middle Tennessee coming into East Tennessee. So let me just go ahead and show you what we're talking about. Mature severe storms have the favorable ingredients with colder aloft, warm, moist, unstable at the surface for large hail. And look at some of the hail sizes. On the left-hand side, that's pea size. That's a quarter inch. That's just small. Again, severe hail is quarter size or larger, and that's 1 inch in diameter, and that's right here. Look at the potential. Again, egg size is 2 inch. We could see some egg size or larger hailstones. Again, briefly, tennis ball size hail had the potential coming out of Morgan into Scott County. So there's an example for you. We don't want that. Keep that well to ourselves somewhere. Here's a look at, again, with the hail size, we also have the potential for some of those strong isolated damage and wind gusts. Now, to get large hail, golf ball size hail or larger, you almost need wind speeds of up to 70 miles per hour or greater within a mature storm. So that's what we're looking at. Hail and isolated damage and wind gusts, the two main factors. Here's a check of radar. There's the storms up into Kentucky. There's that severe storm over Norma and moving from Scott County into Campbell County right toward Caryville, La Follette, McLeod Mountain. We're looking at large hail right over Norma right now. Let me stop the radar. Again, that is a mature hail core. Could have golf ball size hail or larger. Some damaging hail with considerable hail damage possible coming out of Scott County into Campbell County. Elsewhere, other strong to severe storms, Spring City into Roane County right now, tracking off to the east. Looks like not overly large hail with that storm, but look at the storms on the plateau in Kentucky between right now and 6 to 7 to 8 p.m. These strong to severe storms will be tracking in all the way through 11 p.m. Once we get past 11 o'clock, these storms will start to die down and a quieter overnight into our Friday.
Thank you for watching 10 News at 5. I'm Robin Wilhoit.
And I'm John Becker. It's a 10 weather impact alert day, and for good reason. We heard it. Golf ball to tennis ball size hail in parts of East Tennessee.
Todd, folks need to be listening to you and taking heed of what you have to say and what's playing out on the radar.
Yeah, a picture's worth 1,000 words, right? Look at the picture. Look at the polygons. Yellow polygons are severe thunderstorm warnings. Each one of these severe thunderstorms could contain some large hail, quarter size or larger. Now, if you have a quarter, that's 1 inch in diameter. Doppler radar was showing considerable large hail potential coming out of Morgan and Scott County, up to 2.5 inches in diameter. And if you take 2.5 inches in diameter, well, that is the size of a tennis ball. So that's what we're looking at potentially. Some of these hailstones could be golf ball size or larger, and that's what's developing out of Middle Tennessee coming into East Tennessee. So let me just go ahead and show you what we're talking about. Mature severe storms have the favorable ingredients with colder aloft, warm, moist, unstable at the surface for large hail. And look at some of the hail sizes. On the left-hand side, that's pea size. That's a quarter inch. That's just small. Again, severe hail is quarter size or larger, and that's 1 inch in diameter, and that's right here. Look at the potential. Again, egg size is 2 inch. We could see some egg size or larger hailstones. Again, briefly, tennis ball size hail had the potential coming out of Morgan into Scott County. So there's an example for you. We don't want that. Keep that well to ourselves somewhere. Here's a look at, again, with the hail size, we also have the potential for some of those strong isolated damage and wind gusts. Now, to get large hail, golf ball size hail or larger, you almost need wind speeds of up to 70 miles per hour or greater within a mature storm. So that's what we're looking at. Hail and isolated damage and wind gusts, the two main factors. Here's a check of radar. There's the storms up into Kentucky. There's that severe storm over Norma and moving from Scott County into Campbell County right toward Caravel, La Follette, McLeod Mountain. We're looking at large hail right over Norma right now. Let me stop the radar. Again, that is a mature hail core. Could have golf ball size hail or larger. Some damaging hail with considerable hail damage possible coming out of Scott County into Campbell County. Elsewhere, other strong to severe storms, Spring City into Roane County right now, tracking off to the east. Looks like not overly large hail with that storm, but look at the storms on the plateau in Kentucky between right now and 6 to 7 to 8 p.m. These strong to severe storms will be tracking in all the way through 11 p.m. Once we get past 11 o'clock, these storms will start to die down and a quieter overnight into our Friday.
Book. All right, Emily, thanks for sharing that. All right, we want to take you outside and take in this look. You see those clouds are building over Knoxville. Other parts of East Tennessee, they are seeing storms as we speak. With that, let's get right back to meteorologist Todd Howell.
All right, thank you, Robin. Let's take you right out to Dandridge and Douglas Lake. This kind of tells the story so far today in the valley. Building thunderstorm clouds off in the distance. This is looking east, actually. Severe storms are all the way to our east in North Carolina, producing some hail around Brevard and Asheville, North Carolina. So another set of storms there. The blue skies above, not much wind right now, but it is a warm and humid day. Currently in Knoxville, 76 degrees. Dew point 61 degrees, fairly humid. The winds are north-northwest at 7. And the pressure falling rapidly. Quick check of pollen report. This is yesterday's report. Haven't been sent in yet today, but trees and grass and mold are moderate. Mold count at a low level. All right, 10 weather impact alert will continue from right now through 11 p.m. this evening. So through this evening, we could see strong to scattered severe storms. Now, the main two impacts, and the main impact primarily, large hail out of any strong to severe storm. We've already seen numerous reports of some quarter-size hail confirmed, even egg-size hail coming out of Middle Tennessee and Franklin. So large hail, the main impact, isolated damage and wind gusts, some localized flooding possible. Stay weather alert and be prepared to move indoors and keep your devices charged up. Make sure you enable your severe weather alerts on your smartphone and our 10 News app. And make sure those alerts are on this evening. Potential impacts, again, large hail, quarter-size hail or larger possible. Down trees and power outages possible for some isolated down damage and wind gusts, I should say. But the primary impact is the large hail. Some localized flooding, tornadoes not likely. So here's a look at the severe risk. It covers a wide area from Middle Tennessee all the way into central North Carolina and right through the heart of East Tennessee. Look at the severe thunderstorm watches. Again, severe thunderstorms with some large hail and damage and wind gusts are the two main risks. And as we zoom on into East Tennessee, this severe thunderstorm watch is in place through 11 p.m. this evening. So between right now and 11 p.m., we could see some scattered strong to severe storms. Boy, right around the Tennessee-Kentucky state line near Jellicoe, strong to severe storms, very heavy rainfall, some hail, and a lot of lightning. Also another cluster of storms, Spring City near Harriman and Rockwood. We'll take you there in a moment. These are the scattered severe storms making their way through Kentucky. Severe thunderstorm warning, Harlan County till 6:15, Laurel and Whitley counties till 6:15 as well. Look at this very heavy rainfall. Tennessee-Kentucky state line. This is northern Campbell County into Claiborne County, parts of Whitley and Bell counties. Again, we do have severe storms, very heavy rainfall, maybe some isolated damage and wind gusts, and again, large hail is indicated north of Elk Valley right now, working its way up towards Stinking Creek and Jellicoe and 75. We take you down the plateau right now. Spring City, very heavy rainfall, some intense storms, large hail is possible in northern Ray County between Spring City and Grandview. That's going to be moving toward 10 Mile in Roane County shortly, and a flood warning is in place for Bledsoe and Ray County. Over the last several hours, thunderstorms repeatedly moving over the same areas, and Doppler radar estimating anywhere from 2 to 3 inches of rain has fallen. So even some flooding ongoing in Ray County. Here's what we can expect this evening. Between right now and 7 p.m., these scattered strong to severe storms move into the valley. This is 8 p.m., 9 p.m., 10 p.m., and then 11 p.m. Still looking at some strong to severe storms possible. There's a look at the activity winding down once we move past 11 p.m. to midnight, improving conditions. And with that, your Friday and Mother's Day weekend looks to be improving, mainly dry, a chance for showers late Mother's Day Sunday. Otherwise, we're going to see a front moving through, and we'll see some drying the next couple of days. And all in all, a decent Mother's Day weekend before we see showers return Monday and Tuesday, and we're back in the 80s second half of next week. Let's get a check of traffic. Well, with some of the scattered storms around and just being a busy afternoon, we do have a lot of volume of traffic on the roadways. Down Pellissippi, this is westbound. A crash after exit 3 at Westland Drive has got some of that traffic backed up. In and out of downtown 40 and 17th Street, looking kind of rough, but out west starting to improve after an accident earlier. That's at West Hills. TDOT zooming on in. All right, back to you, Robin.
Todd, thank you.
And thank you for watching 10 News at 6. I'm John Becker.
And I'm Brittany Bailey in for Robin tonight. Of course, we want to begin with our forecast because we have some storms moving right through our area.
It's a 10 weather impact alert day for good reason. Todd, you have a view of some of them right now.
Yeah, we've had sunshine in the valley. It's been a warm, humid day. Thunderstorms off to our east in North Carolina, but also right here in East Tennessee up on the plateau and also up into Kentucky. So it's been certainly an active afternoon already, and that will continue through 11 o'clock tonight. 10 weather impact alert between right now to 11 p.m. We have the potential to see more strong to severe storms. What are the main impacts? Large hail is the main impact. Also isolated damage and wind gust. Those are the two main impacts out of any strong to severe storms. Some localized flooding with some downpours. Have a flood warning right now in Bledsoe and Ray County until 8:15. You've seen about 3 inches of rain. What do you need to do? Stay weather alert. Be prepared to move indoors quickly as these scattered storms will have a punch with that large hail potential. Notice on the right-hand side, that's where we have a high-end moderate impact for quarter-size hail or larger. We've already seen quarter-size hail. Franklin and Middle Tennessee had hen egg size. Yeah, there's a description for all the sizes of hail, and we could have quarter size or larger with some of those isolated damage and wind gusts. So we do have a severe thunderstorm watch for that potential through 11 p.m. tonight. And again, that's how long the 10 weather impact alert will be in place. So here's what we're seeing over the past couple of hours. Notice where the storms have been located. The Cumberland Plateau up into southeast Kentucky. Our first radar stop will take you right along the Tennessee-Kentucky line. Where you see the yellow polygons, first of all, up into Kentucky, those are individual severe thunderstorm warnings. That means quarter-size hail or larger and 60-mile-per-hour damage and wind gust or greater. Also, a lot of rain and lightning. So heads up, again, right from Jellicoe to Middlesboro, right along the Tennessee-Kentucky line, could have some large hail, some damage and wind gusts, and severe thunderstorm warnings continue till 6:15 for Campbell and Scott in East Tennessee, McCreary and Whitley for parts of Kentucky. And there's a look at that potential hail. Again, all across parts of southeast Kentucky right now. Spring City to Rockwood, Ray County, Rowe County, we do have, and Meigs County, a severe thunderstorm warning till 6:15. Some hail possible, and there's that flood warning for Ray County till 8:15. Doppler radar estimating upwards of 3 inches of rain plus has fallen. So between right now and 7 to 8 p.m., these storms on the plateau make their way into the valley, but will continue off and on all the way to 11 p.m. Once we move past 11 o'clock tonight, storms weaken, move out after midnight, and it's going to be a quieter day into your Friday. We'll pick it up there and talk about your Mother's Day weekend forecast. John, Brittany?
All right, we'll see you in just a bit. Thanks so much, Todd. And
this look, you see those clouds are building over Knoxville. Other parts of East Tennessee, they are seeing storms as we speak. With that, let's get right back to meteorologist Todd Howell.
All right, thank you, Robin. Let's take you right out to Dandridge and Douglas Lake. This kind of tells the story so far today in the valley. Building thunderstorm clouds off in the distance. This is looking east, actually. Severe storms are all the way to our east in North Carolina, producing some hail around Brevard and Asheville, North Carolina. So another set of storms there. The blue skies above, not much wind right now, but it is a warm and humid day. Currently in Knoxville, 76 degrees. Dew point 61 degrees, fairly humid. The winds are north-northwest at 7, and the pressure falling rapidly. Quick check of pollen report. This is yesterday's report. Haven't been sent in yet today, but trees and grass and mold are moderate. Mold count at a low level. All right, 10 weather impact alert will continue from right now through 11 p.m. this evening. So through this evening, we could see strong to scattered severe storms. Now, the main two impacts, and the main impact primarily, large hail out of any strong to severe storm. We've already seen numerous reports of some quarter-size hail confirmed, even egg-size hail coming out of Middle Tennessee and Franklin. So large hail, the main impact, isolated damage and wind gusts, some localized flooding possible. Stay weather alert and be prepared to move indoors and keep your devices charged up. Make sure you enable your severe weather alerts on your smartphone and our 10 News app. And make sure those alerts are on this evening. Potential impacts, again, large hail, quarter-size hail or larger possible. Down trees and power outages possible for some isolated down damage and wind gusts, I should say. But the primary impact is the large hail. Some localized flooding, tornadoes not likely. So here's a look at the severe risk. It covers a wide area from Middle Tennessee all the way into central North Carolina and right through the heart of East Tennessee. Look at the severe thunderstorm watches. Again, severe thunderstorms with some large hail and damage and wind gusts are the two main risks. And as we zoom on into East Tennessee, this severe thunderstorm watch is in place through 11 p.m. this evening. So between right now and 11 p.m., we could see some scattered strong to severe storms. Boy, right around the Tennessee-Kentucky state line near Jellicoe, strong to severe storms, very heavy rainfall, some hail, and a lot of lightning. Also another cluster of storms, Spring City near Harriman and Rockwood. We'll take you there in a moment. These are the scattered severe storms making their way through Kentucky. Severe thunderstorm warning, Harlan County till 6:15, Laurel and Whitley counties till 6:15 as well. Look at this very heavy rainfall. Tennessee-Kentucky state line. This is northern Campbell County into Claiborne County, parts of Whitley and Bell counties. Again, we do have severe storms, very heavy rainfall, maybe some isolated damage and wind gusts, and again, large hail is indicated north of Elk Valley right now, working its way up towards Stinking Creek and Jellicoe and 75. We take you down the plateau right now. Spring City, very heavy rainfall, some intense storms, large hail is possible in northern Ray County between Spring City and Grandview. That's going to be moving toward 10 Mile in Roane County shortly, and a flood warning is in place for Bledsoe and Ray County. Over the last several hours, thunderstorms repeatedly moving over the same areas, and Doppler radar estimating anywhere from 2 to 3 inches of rain has fallen. So even some flooding ongoing in Ray County. Here's what we can expect this evening. Between right now and 7 p.m., these scattered strong to severe storms move into the valley. This is 8 p.m., 9 p.m., 10 p.m., and then 11 p.m. Still looking at some strong to severe storms possible. There's a look at the activity winding down once we move past 11 p.m. to midnight, improving conditions. And with that, your Friday and Mother's Day weekend looks to be improving, mainly dry, a chance for showers late Mother's Day Sunday. Otherwise, we're going to see a front moving through, and we'll see some drying the next couple of days. And all in all, a decent Mother's Day weekend before we see showers return Monday and Tuesday, and we're back in the 80s second half of next week.
Now let's get back to our forecast because it is a weather impact alert day for us. Todd has been very busy in the weather center, that's for sure.
And Todd, this extends right through 11 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, that's our 10 weather impact alert. We'll be in place all the way through 11 p.m. this evening. Once we get past 11 o'clock tonight, conditions will be improving. Yeah, here's a look at Sharps Ridge Tower camera. Got some darker clouds right above, looking off to the south toward the mountains, and that's where we're seeing some scattered thunderstorms in the mountains, but particularly on the plateau up into Kentucky. We'll get right to radar and futurecast coming up in just a moment. Well, I hope you're having a good Thursday. It's been a warm, humid day. We're in the mid-70s right now. Dew points in the low 60s. Our high today, 78. Much warmer today, certainly compared to yesterday, low 60 degrees. No rainfall at the airport yet, but we've had some areas that have seen 2 to 3 inches plus out of some of these slow-moving thunderstorms. Take a look at this storm picture. This is mammatus clouds, downward pouches, billowing clouds indicative of turbulence in the atmosphere, oftentimes associated with severe storms. Thank you, Betty Littleton. This was taken from Watts Bar Lake earlier this afternoon. That's an impressive picture right there. Again, those downward billowing pouches, a lot of turbulence in the sky. Speaking of which, why do we have the potential for large hail today? Cold air aloft and a lot of strong updraft motion. Some stronger winds feeding up into that cold air aloft, tapping into that lower freezing level, and you get large hail potential. Now, when you have hail quarter size or larger, that's considered severe. So if you take a hail picture also, if you submit that and put it in your hand, put a coin in your hand with that hailstone, that gives us a good idea of the size of that hail. So quarter size or larger is considered severe. Earlier Doppler radar was indicating nearly tennis ball size hail possible in parts of Scott County. So here are the weather impacts tonight. Now, we could see some large hail and isolated damage and wind gusts between right now through 11 p.m. Those are the two main impacts: large hail, damage and winds, some localized flooding. Stay weather alert. Make sure your devices are charged up, and make sure you turn the enable severe weather alerts on so you're notified if we have severe thunderstorm warnings. Be prepared to move indoors into your safe place. Here's the elevated severe risk area from Nashville to Knoxville, all the way over toward Raleigh-Durham. Severe thunderstorm watches are in place until 11 p.m. tonight, because of that potential for scattered strong to severe storms. So here's what we're looking at. We have more of these scattered storms that will be coming out of Middle Tennessee and working their way eastward. Now, they're not everywhere. So far, some areas have stayed dry and some areas are getting walloped pretty good with some stronger storms in Roane County and Ray County right now, also up into Kentucky. Very heavy rainfall. Could be looking at some severe storms with hail possible right around Jellicoe to Middlesboro. So be prepared to take cover. Again, here's a look at some of that hail potential. Williamsburg, Jellicoe, over toward Middlesboro right now. And as we head down into Ray County, into Roane County, Kingston, Paint Rock, and again southward toward 10 Mile, looking at, some strong thunderstorms. That's going to be working its way toward Lenoir City and Loudoun County shortly this evening. So between right now and through about 9 p.m., some scattered strong to severe storms possible. Here's 11 o'clock. That's when we'll still have a chance for some of these stronger storms. Once we get to 11 p.m. midnight, it's going to be a quieter weather pattern. By Friday, looks drier tomorrow, and your weekend forecast for Mother's Day looks better. Mainly dry Saturday, a chance for showers late Mother's Day Sunday, but otherwise the best chances for rainfall over the next several days after tonight's storms will be generally to our south. So we'll get a little bit of a break. We'll be watching those showers. We stay mainly south of us for Saturday into Mother's Day Sunday, but late Sunday and Sunday night, they start to creep back northward. That brings more rain likely Monday and Tuesday. Then we dry out and warm up. 80s returning Wednesday and Thursday next week.
Oh, starting to get warm out there. Thanks so much, Todd.
Because we are watching storms roll across East Tennessee. We have been throughout the afternoon, some bringing hail and large hailstones at that. Chief Meteorologist Todd Howell joins us with the very latest. Todd.
Yeah, John, thank you so much. Franklin, Tennessee, to our west, neighbors to our west in Middle Tennessee, hen egg size hail. That's right, egg size hail earlier, $half size hail showing up and confirmed in other parts of Middle Tennessee for our neighbors to our west. We've had confirmed reports of quarter size hail up around Tazewell and anywhere from about nickel to quarter size in Lansing in Morgan County. So these storms have been located along the plateau, moving their way up into Kentucky, and they're still packing a punch. They'll gradually be moving into the valley as we go into this evening. And with that, here's a look at your dinner forecast. Hope you're having a good Thursday. Right now, looking live from Covenant Health Park or Smoky's camera, and you got a darker cloud above. You can see some breaks to clouds, some thunderstorm cumulonimbus clouds, thunderheads off in the distance. Mostly cloudy here in the valley. Right now we're 74. Scattered storms for this evening as we go between right now and 10 p.m. So you may want to pack that umbrella and drive carefully. Some of these laying down some decent downpours. Could see some gusty winds, but hail is going to be the main concern out of some of these stronger storms. Severe risk elevated. Level 2 out of 5 is in place for much of Tennessee, including East Tennessee tonight, with a severe thunderstorm watch that will continue until 11 p.m. So we'll have a weather impact alert between now and through 11 p.m. because of these storms that continue to develop. Up in Kentucky, torrential rainfall, looking at some hail that's still possible for our neighbors up into Kentucky. Williamsburg, boy, north of Jellicoe, some rough storms there. Roane County, looking at these scattered showers and storms. That's working its way toward Lenoir City, and we have some rain starting to move into West Knox County. And so these scattered storms between now and 9 p.m. moving on in. There's an update. See those red cells? Those could contain some heavy rain. Once we move, and some hail. Once we move past 11 o'clock, we'll see improving conditions later on tonight. John, we'll be back with that Mother's Day weekend forecast just ahead.
A lot more to come. Active right now, flooding, severe thunderstorms. Todd, we've got a lot on the board right now.
A lot on the board. We'll get to all of it right now. We start you off with our Sharps Ridge Tower camera, looking at some thunderheads building cumulus bank of clouds off in the mountains. Looking to our south, got darker clouds above Knoxville. We've had a warm and humid day so far. We hit 78 for the high today. Right now, those dew points in the low 60s, temperatures in the mid 70s. So it's warm and humid outside. Yes, 78 are high. That's actually close to the average high of 77. Only 60 this morning. It was a warm start. The average low 55. No rainfall at the airport yet, but we got a good chance for these scattered thunderstorms this evening. All right, couple of different pictures then video to show you. This is mammatus clouds, indicative of turbulence in the atmosphere, thanks to Betty Littleton, who took this picture earlier this afternoon from Watts Bar Lake. Look at these downward billowing pouches of clouds. These, again, are indicative of turbulence and strong winds in the atmosphere, as a lot of vertical motion with the updrafts and these tall thunderstorms, that's a lot of which are producing some hail, and then the downdrafts. And you have these underneath wind currents that's turbulence with those mammatus clouds. So that's an impressive picture. Take a look at this in Tazewell. This is hail video submitted to us thanks to Ave Frady, meteorologist Mike Simon in the Weather Center, also putting together this hail video. Thank you, Mike. And that's impressive. I mean, look at that. Looks like generally some nickel to quarter size hail, about quarter size hail, which is considered severe. Severe hail is quarter size, 1 inch in diameter or larger. And so this was falling in Tazewell. You can see it covering the patio, the ground. from earlier this afternoon. That's an example of what we're looking at. So a weather impact alert will continue from now through 11 p.m. through this evening. The main impacts, large hail and some isolated damage and wind gusts. Hail is really the main impact, and that's what's verified so far. What do you need to do? Stay weather alert. Be prepared to move indoors quickly. Make sure your smartphones, devices are charged up, and make sure you have the severe weather alerts enabled, turned on, notifications on, so you're alerted if any warnings are issued for your area this evening. So here are the potential impacts from now through 11 p.m. Quarter-size hail or larger is the highest impact. That's a high-end moderate impact. Could see some isolated damage and wind gusts. A little bit of flooding. We've seen some of that in parts of Ray County, Bledsoe County. Not really expecting tornadoes at all because the atmosphere is more conducive for hail and some wind gusts. So here's what we're looking at. South of Nashville into parts of East Tennessee, these storms continue to increase, and so we're going to have an active evening. These thunderstorms are growing, increasing from Roane County, Monroe County, Loudoun County. Philadelphia, Sweetwater, Neoda, heads up Loudoun, Lenore City. These are increasing. A new severe thunderstorm warning for you and more heavy rain and flooding, Bledsoe and Cumberland County. I mean, this is what we call training. We'll take a closer look at that storm in a moment, but that's working on 3 to 4 inches of rain likely in those areas. Here's Kentucky, scattered showers and storms, some hail possible here. A new severe thunderstorm warning south of Robbins, heading back toward Norman, Scott County. That's in place until 7:30 for Scott County. Rain moving in from Oak Ridge to Knoxville. Here's this new warning. Matter of fact, that's an extension. That was just issued. Loudoun, Blount, McMinn, Monroe, and Roane counties. This one right here. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning till 7:30. And that's because it's likely to have large hail and very heavy rainfall. So again, crossing over from Roane County into Loudoun County, Philadelphia and Loudoun. And there's a look at that flood warning that will be in place until 8:30, I should say, flood warning, flood advisory for southern Cumberland County. Look at the hail, southern Roane County coming into Loudoun County with that severe storm. And these will all continue to track eastward. So between right now and 9 p.m., these scattered strong to severe storms making their way into the valley. There's 10 p.m. Once we get past 11 p.m., storms weaken, and then we'll see improving conditions once we get into our Friday and beyond. By Saturday into Mother's Day for our weekend, a little bit drier. Could be some showers late Sunday. Rain does return Monday and Tuesday, and then the warm, dry weather also returns in the 80s later next week. John?
Todd, thank you. From hardship to cap and gown, the mission of hope, a homegrown.
78 our high today. That's close to the average. 60 the low this morning, just above that average of 55. And rainfall, none yet at the airport, but we've got scattered thunderstorms that are likely. Take a look at these mammatus clouds captured by Betty Littleton from Watts Bar Lake area. This was captured earlier this afternoon and submitted to, so thanks to Betty. This is indicative of turbulence in the atmosphere. Mammatus clouds. Look at the hail that was falling in Tazewell and Claiborne County. Thanks to Ave Frady, submitted this video. Ave Frady took 4 minutes of video. It said it lasted about 4 minutes, just steady hail peppering down anywhere from, it looked like it was quarter-size hail. Matter of fact, we've had quite a few confirmations of quarter-size hail falling from storms earlier. Now, we still have a chance for scattered strong to severe storms from right now through 11 p.m. tonight. A 10 weather impact alert will continue through 11 o'clock. Large hail is the primary impact. Some isolated damage and wind gusts also possible, but so far, large hail and hail in general due to cold air aloft has been the primary impact from storms that we've seen so far. That will continue to be the main impact through this evening. Also some localized flooding with heavy downpours. Stay weather alert. Make sure your devices are charged up. Make sure your notifications are turned on and your severe weather alerts are enabled on your smart devices. And be prepared to move indoors quickly if severe weather warnings are issued for your area. So again, potential impacts through the rest of this evening between right now through 11 p.m. Quarter-size hail or larger, some large hail is the main impact out of any strong storms through this evening. The next main impact, a moderate impact, a little bit lower scale, but some isolated damage and wind gusts, some power outages, down trees possible. Localized flooding, a little bit of a lower impact, but we've seen some flooding. Tornadoes, not likely. Not the right setup for that with this particular storm system. We've got a severe thunderstorm watch that is in place through 11 p.m. Again, the main impacts, the large hail and damage and wind gusts possible, and that's going to take us through this evening. So this is kind of what we've been seeing from earlier today, and looking ahead as we go through this evening, particularly by mid-evening, we're looking at more scattered strong to severe storms. Again, any one of the stronger cells could be producing some large hail as they track through the region. Once we go from 9 to 10 p.m., these are making their way through the valley, and the 11 p.m. are moving into eastern areas. Once we get past 11 o'clock tonight, again, that's when the weather impact alert and the severe thunderstorm watch is in place still. Once we get past 11 p.m. and just after midnight, we'll see drier weather, improving conditions, calmer weather, particularly after 11 o'clock tonight. And most of our Friday should also be looking at improving conditions once we get into our Friday afternoon. And with that, your Mother's Day weekend forecast. Saturday looks to be mainly dry with sunshine. Saturday's looking decent, actually. Now, Sunday, Mother's Day, we'll start to see increasing clouds. Notice we're in the mid-70s this weekend. There will be a chance for some showers late Mother's Day. Models have been basically keeping the best chance for rain just south of us here in East Tennessee, but southern areas could get in on some showers later Sunday afternoon. By late Sunday night into Monday, rain showers are expected to be returning. So storms likely through this evening, some drier air. A front moves through tomorrow, a few spotty showers, but mainly dry. Here's a look at Saturday. Look at the showers. Now, they're close, mainly just to our south, but we will see the best chance for showers just south of us into the weekend. So warm and humid tonight. Evening storms likely. Stay weather alert. And then spotty showers. Not much to the rainfall tomorrow. 73 for the high. Mainly dry Saturday into part of Mother's Day Sunday. That chance for showers late Mother's Day. Monday and Tuesday rain is likely. Then we're warming up and drying out. Highs back in the low to mid 80s Wednesday and Thursday. Well, we've had an active weather day with storms. 78 our high today. That's close to the average. 60 the low this morning, just above that average of 55. And rainfall, none yet at the airport, but we've got scattered thunderstorms that are likely. Take a look at these mammatus clouds captured by Betty Littleton from Watts Bar Lake area. This was captured earlier this afternoon and submitted to, so thanks to Betty. This is indicative of turbulence in the atmosphere. Mammatus clouds. Look at the hail that was falling in Tazewell and Claiborne County. Thanks to Ave Frady, submitted this video. Ave Frady took 4 minutes of video. It said it lasted about 4 minutes, just steady hail peppering down anywhere from, it looked like it was quarter-size hail. Matter of fact, we've had quite a few confirmations of quarter-size hail falling from storms earlier. Now, we still have a chance for scattered strong to severe storms from right now through 11 p.m. tonight. A 10 weather impact alert will continue through 11 o'clock. Large hail is the primary impact. Some isolated damage and wind gusts also possible, but so far, large hail and hail in general due to cold air aloft has been the primary impact from storms that we've seen so far. That will continue to be the main impact through this evening. Also some localized flooding with heavy downpours. Stay weather alert. Make sure your devices are charged up. Make sure your notifications are turned on and your severe weather alerts are enabled on your smart devices. And be prepared to move indoors quickly if severe weather warnings are issued for your area. So again, potential impacts through the rest of this evening between right now through 11 p.m. Quarter-size hail or larger, some large hail is the main impact out of any strong storms through this evening. The next main impact, a moderate impact, a little bit lower scale, but some isolated damage and wind gusts, some power outages, down trees possible. Localized flooding, a little bit of a lower impact, but we've seen some flooding. Tornadoes, not likely. Not the right setup for that with this particular storm system. We've got a severe thunderstorm watch that is in place through 11 p.m. Again, the main impacts, the large hail and damage and wind gusts possible, and that's going to take us through this evening. So this is kind of what we've been seeing from earlier today, and looking ahead as we go through this evening, particularly by mid-evening, we're looking at more scattered strong to severe storms. Again, any one of the stronger cells could be producing some large hail as they track through the region. Once we go from 9 to 10 p.m., these are making their way through the valley, and the 11 p.m. are moving into eastern areas. Once we get past 11 o'clock tonight, again, that's when the weather impact alert and the severe thunderstorm watch is in place still. Once we get past 11 p.m. and just after midnight, we'll see drier weather, improving conditions, calmer weather, particularly after 11 o'clock tonight. And most of our Friday should also be looking at improving conditions once we get into our Friday afternoon. And with that, your Mother's Day weekend forecast. Saturday looks to be mainly dry with sunshine. Saturday's looking decent, actually. Now, Sunday, Mother's Day, we'll start to see increasing clouds. Notice we're in the mid-70s this weekend. There will be a chance for some showers late Mother's Day. Models have been basically keeping the best chance for rain just south of us here in East Tennessee, but southern areas could get in on some showers later Sunday afternoon. By late Sunday night into Monday, rain showers are expected to be returning. So storms likely through this evening, some drier air. A front moves through tomorrow, a few spotty showers, but mainly dry. Here's a look at Saturday. Look at the showers. Now, they're close, mainly just to our south, but we will see the best chance for showers just south of us into the weekend. So warm and humid tonight. Evening storms likely. Stay weather alert. And then spotty showers. Not much to the rainfall tomorrow. 73 for the high. Mainly dry Saturday into part of Mother's Day Sunday. That chance for showers late Mother's Day. Monday and Tuesday rain is likely. Then we're warming up and drying out. Highs back in the low to mid 80s Wednesday and Thursday. Okay. Yeah, give me a second here. You're fine. A good Thursday evening to you. Active weather continues. We're monitoring several clusters of strong to severe thunderstorms, still looking at an environment that is conducive for producing large hail. And not only large hail, some isolated damage wind gusts possible, but now another part of the equation, very heavy rainfall. We've seen some training where storms repeatedly moving over the same areas. And let me go ahead and mention, I've got several severe thunderstorm warnings. We're going to take some time on this live stream. Thank you for joining us, by the way, and hope you're having a good evening. But we're going to take some time and go through all the different warnings, our timeline. I can go ahead and tell you between right now and 11 p.m., the next 3 hours roughly, we still have a chance for some strong to severe storms. But one of the other concerns I want to go ahead and say up front, in the mountainous communities of Blount counties, Blount, Sevier, and Cott counties, we're seeing very heavy rainfall. That's kind of training moving horizontally from west to east right across the spine of the Appalachians and in some of the steep elevated terrain. And runoff is certainly occurs much quicker in mountainous terrain, and flooding can happen much quicker. So mountain streams and rivers could be rising and flooding quickly here over the next 1 to 2 hours. That's something I'm monitoring, looking at the latest radar trends. That's another issue we have to deal with, some flooding across the region, particularly in the mountains. And if you're watching this in parts of Cumberland County, Bledsoe County, 3 to 4 inches of rain have fallen. So we've got a lot of different elements to get to. Again, thank you for joining us. We'll go through it right now. Well, first of all, I want to start you off with the regional view. Scattered strong to severe storms do continue. Monroe County into portions of Blount and also portions of Sevier County. Torrential rainfall. Again, very heavy rainfall is lining up right over the Smoky Mountains and the Appalachians. That's why I'm concerned about potential for flooding and flash flooding, actually, which is rapid rise of water in streams and creeks and rivers in a very short period of time, especially in steep terrain where runoff occurs much quicker. So again, the mountainous terrain, a lot of water coming down. Those creeks and streams could flood quickly. So if you live in a flood-prone area, what you need to do is watch those waters, watch those creeks and streams and rivers, and be prepared to seek higher ground if flooding ensues or is occurring in your area. Okay, let's walk through what we're seeing right now. And again, I'll take some time to kind of go through that. We got just some light rains in the Knoxville area. Where you see each of the yellow polygons, those are individual severe thunderstorm warnings. Severe thunderstorm warning is yellow, tornado warning is red. So the atmosphere is not conducive for tornadoes. We're looking at severe thunderstorms. The main impact right now, and what we're expecting to see the rest of this evening, is large hail. That's continued to be the main impact ever since this afternoon. Cold air aloft and some warm, moist, unstable air beneath that cold air, and that rising warm air hitting that cold air, that's conducive for large hail development and formation. So that's the main threat, is some large hail out of some of these strong clusters. Isolated damage and wind gust and torrential rainfall is the other concern that we're continuing to watch as storms repeatedly move over the same area. For example, let me show you what we're seeing just starting to develop here. You can kind of see this back building from McMinn County into Monroe County. So I'll keep my arrow right there for Von Orr, for example. So 1, 2, another wave 3. So storms repeatedly moving over the same area. That produces flooding and flash flooding oftentimes. So we'll talk more about that in a moment, but heads up, Von Orr and Greenback, you've been hit very hard with torrential rainfall. Right now, speaking of Von Orr in Monroe County, over to Lassie, you have very large hail. Doppler radar estimating greater than golf ball sized hail went right over to Lassie, Citico Beach, and down toward Happy Holler into the southern portions of Blount County, including Cades Cove. Looks like got hit hard with some large hail earlier. We have that severe weather that stretches over into North Carolina. And again, there's the torrential rainfall that is encompassing from Hartford all the way Gatlinburg, Pittman Center, Wares Valley, near Townsend, and back toward Von Orr. But in these mountainous regions right here, coming out of Monroe County, Blount, Severe, and Cocke counties. Again, this is what I'm concerned about as far as that potential for flooding. Now, we'll talk more about that as we go along. I do want to get to some of those other severe thunderstorm warnings. One of the more recent warnings is for Morgan County, and that's in place until 8:45. A new severe thunderstorm warning also being issued for Cocke County, and that's in place until 9 p.m. So here's a look at that particular storm. Hartford and close to Del Rio, and over near Cosby, that's a severe storm. Large hail, the main impacts there. Maybe isolated damage winds, flooding, and large hail possible. And so that's what we're looking at with that water-loaded severe storm with some hail moving into Cocke County. A flash flood warning has just been issued until 11:15, right on cue here. That's Blount, McMinn, and Monroe counties. So there you go. Matter of fact, I think it just popped up right there. So that's what we're looking at. Again, that's what was seen even before coming on this live stream, was kind of monitoring that in the last 30, 45 minutes or so. You can just see it developing. So that National Weather Service issuing this flash flood warning. Again, this will be in place for Blount, also McMinn and Monroe counties. That's until 11:15. So here it is right here. Again, I'm going to go ahead and show you the storm totals in just a moment. Let me pull up that information from the National Weather Service office in Morristown, which issues all weather warnings and watches, etc., for East Tennessee. They do a great job up in Morristown. Okay, flash flood warning for southern Blount, northeastern McMinn, and central Monroe County in East Tennessee until 11:15. Doppler radar indicating thunderstorms with very heavy rainfall across the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. So again, the mountainous communities of Monroe, Blount, Severe, and on into Cocke counties, but right now at McMinn, Monroe, and Blount, that flash flood warning till 11:15. Let's see if we get a rainfall estimate here. Doppler radars indicate, we just talked about that, those storms. They don't have the rainfall totals yet, but I'll show you that on Doppler radar. But that was just coming down, so that's a flash flood warning for McMinn, Monroe, and Blount counties until 11:15. Again, if you live in a flood-prone area, be prepared to seek higher ground and get away from those floodwaters and never drive through flooded roadways. New severe thunderstorm warning also just for Blount and Severe counties, and that's going to be this storm right here. Again, while we're just staying from McMinn all the way to Cocke County, this is a zone of active weather, and so that particular severe thunderstorm warning, let me take off that flash flood warning, and I'll pull that up for you. Let's see, that one is in place until 9:15. So again, if, in Severe County, that's the severe thunderstorm warning until 9:15. That does include Blount and Severe. So Townsend, Wares Valley, over to Pigeon Forge, Dollywood, Gatlinburg, Pittman Center. So mountainous communities of Blount and Severe. Again, a severe thunderstorm warning with heavy rainfall, possible flooding. That's in place until 9:15. Okay, and let's see, Cocke County. Yep, they're just rolling in here. Cocke County and Severe County, also a new severe thunderstorm warning. Again, is National Weather Service in Morristown issuing these. We're all looking at the same information, but this is the heightened concern right now for these mountain communities. Not only heavy rainfall, severe storms, and large hail is the main culprit. Let me go ahead and show you the potential hail while we have it on this view. I've got quite a few other maps and details to get to, so hang in there. We'll get right to that. Very active weather, again, moving into the mountainous region. This is all potential large hail. This is over the last hour. I'm going to stream this. A couple of points to make here, and I'll show this again in a moment. I mentioned, look at this hail core that went over Tallahassee. right here, and it went right to the mountains. That was very large hail. Looks like that could have been hen egg size, which is 2 inches or larger. We'll take a look at some descriptive hail sizes for you in a moment. But this is what we call vertical integrated liquid, fancy name for looking at the potential amount of ice that's in a storm cloud, and therefore it's calculated, and so we're looking at potential hail and hail size from this. So the darker, the more the red and purples, that's the larger hail size, what that equates to. If you look up here on the legend, got more. There's a severe thunderstorm for southern Cumberland County, south of Lake Tansy, heads up there, but that's the potential severe hail that's also moving into the mountainous regions. In addition to that, let me go ahead and show you again what we're looking at just over the last, I'm just going to show you the last, let's just do the last 2 hours here. And this is the rainfall. Look at southern Cumberland County, northern Bledsoe County. So that's what we're looking at. Let me just stop that right there. We're looking at Doppler radar estimates. That's probably looking at excess of 3.5 inches. And sometimes you get hail contamination, could be a little overdone. I don't think that's overdone. That's legit. 3.5 inches, Cumberland County, Bledsoe County line. And again, it's just starting to rain. But over in the North Carolina side, look at what we're seeing, 2.5 inches. And that's really in about an hour, hour and a half's time. So we got rainfall rates that are exceeding 1 inch to 2 inches per hour. That's the concern. May have a flash flooding setup developing in Monroe, Blount, Sevier, and Cott County. So I want you to be advised there. The southwest of Von Orr, 2 inches. So again, this is just over the last couple of hours. I just wanted to make that point. So here is that storm, specifically Tallahassee and Sitico Beach into southern portions of Blount County, including right over Cades Cove. Boy, again, that storm packing a punch. Looks like we got severe hail making its way up from Gatlinburg and about up toward Alum Cape, about halfway up 441 between Gatlinburg and Newfound Gap and working its way up into the Smokies. Looks like severe hail right along 441 is developing there. And as I slide all over, there's Sevier County severe hail. Let me stop the radar. Here's a look at more of the severe hail that's making its way just south of Gatlinburg, but close. Pittman Center, just south of there, 321, and heads up campers along 321. Some pretty good hail just south of you. Hartford, increasing hail sizes developing here. And just in the last hour, let me shave that off by down to about 30 minutes. And you can see that hail that continues to develop. And so that's what we're looking at right there. Wow. Meteorologist Mike Simon and Rebecca Sweet also relaying some information to me. So on my watch, I'm seeing a picture of large hail. Okay, this is right on cue. Let me go back to that one that showed the large hail in Tallahassee. I'm looking at a picture right here at the junction of Highway 72 and 129 near Tallahassee. Holly Jackson Ogle, thank you for submitting this, and Rebecca Sweet just sent this to our weather group. And yeah, now I'm going to read you what I'm seeing. We got exclamation points and question marks and OMGs. This is large hail in the palm of Holly Ogle's hand. We got major, this is what I'm just reading. Holly Jackson Ogle says we got major damage to vehicles and trees. Thought the windows to the house were going to break for a minute there. So let's see, I'm going to text Becca back and see if we can get to, everybody's hand size is different. Just a quick side note, if you submit hail pictures, which we really appreciate, and video, if you put that in the palm of your hand, which we really appreciate, if you could have a coin in your hand right beside the hailstone, that helps us see exactly what size that hail is, because everybody's hands are different sizes, et cetera, et cetera. So you take a penny, a nickel, or a quarter is ideal, because a quarter is 1 inch in diameter, and quarter size hail, 1 inch diameter hail or larger, is severe. Dime and nickel is just below severe. But if you put a quarter in your hand with that hailstone, that lets us see really good. I'm just going to, again, this is going to be a guess and an estimate because I can't say for sure without a coin reference, but that's tennis ball size hail. As a matter of fact, I don't doubt that because let me show you, let me back this up right here. And this is severe hail. We got a lot more to get to here. I'm going to stop it right there. See that right there, Tallahassee? Look how deep purple that is. And we were watching this earlier. It's like, ugh, that was bad. Large hail, damaging hail. Apparently, again, as Holly Jackson Ogle just posted on Facebook, said, yeah, we have major damage to vehicles and trees in the Tallahassee area from large hail. thought the windows were going to break. So let me see if I'm going to try to communicate with the team. To lots of damage in Tallahassee from that hail. And I'm going to try to communicate with the team. What size? Question mark, exclamation points. See if I can have that working on. So Becca Sweet, thank you so much. Mike Simon, also in our text group of communicating, relaying that information to you. Okay, let me go ahead and that's the large hail that was going through Blount County earlier, coming out of Loudoun and Monroe counties between Greenback and Von Orr. It really intensified toward Tallahassee with, again, this is covering a decent portion of the palm of Holly's hand. So it looks like it's probably right around tennis ball size hail that went through earlier. We had one storm earlier from Morgan, Scott County. What is tennis ball size hail? 2.5 inch diameter hail. Let me go ahead and show you that. As I get to the rainfall totals and more of the storms. While we're looking at the regional radar view, I'm going to hop back up a little bit, and I want to show you just for perspective again, and I'll get right to some of those other strong to severe storms. And we've got a chance for strong to severe storms and heavy rainfall with large hail through about 10 to 11 p.m. So that's the caveat right up front. Let's talk about hail sizes. This is a unique setup. It's not often that you see hail potentially the size of golf balls or larger. The National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center earlier this Thursday, putting out the outlook that we're in an elevated slight risk for hen egg size, which is 2-inch diameter hail or larger. So let's talk about it. The setup is this. Out of towering cumulonimbus clouds, got strong updrafts, got a lot of wind energy. Cold air aloft is the main culprit, along with a strong upper level trough with that cold air aloft moving in. That warm, moist, unstable air hits that cold air aloft, and that creates an ideal environment for hail development and formation. So here's what we're talking about. Look at the various hail sizes. Hopefully you can see this full enough, and I'll point it out and illustrate it. So here's the severe levels. We've got quarter size right here, which is 1 inch in diameter. So there's quarter, 1 inch. What is ping pong ball size? 1.5 inches. What's golf ball size? 1 3/4, 1 3/4 inches in diameter. There's hen egg size as 2 inches in diameter. So look at tennis ball, 2.5 inches in diameter. And so that's looks like, we could say if it wasn't tennis ball, it was at least racquetball size. In today's modern times, we could almost say it could have been pickleball size, but we'll keep it tennis ball size. A little levity there. Baseball is 2 3/4 inches in diameter. We don't want to see that. And of course, look at softball, 4 inches, and grapefruit, 4.5 inches in diameter. So that's usually confined to the Plain States and Colorado, where they get big hail out there. But that's what we've seen. We've had confirmations of quarter size hail. And again, just looking, we've had anywhere from quarter to golf ball to egg size in some areas, but we could have just seen in Tallahassee up to tennis ball size hail. Now, here's kind of an interesting graphic. Meteorologist Mike Simon put this graphic together earlier this afternoon. In order to get large hail, here's what's going on. You have updrafts and downdrafts in a thunderstorm. It's kind of like milking a cow, okay, for lack of a better description. You got friction as the air goes up in a thunderstorm and down. You got those water droplets rubbing against each other. By the way, that's how you have electricity in a thunderstorm cloud, separating the ions, electrical ions in the cloud. And that separates the positive charged particles that go to the bottom part of the cloud and the negative charged ions, the particles, that go to the top part of the cloud. So that creates thunderstorms like a battery. And again, that's what we're seeing. Actually, I think I've said that reverse. Positive on top, negative on bottom. So it's like a battery, positive on top, negative on bottom. And that's also what creates the lightning. Well, what else is going on? The updrafts and downdrafts, you got those strong winds that are propelling those droplets that take it, and then it gets below freezing. If the freezing level is low, like today's setup is, below freezing levels, that water droplet forms a layer of ice. That's how a hailstone forms. So you go up in the cloud, gets below freezing, it forms a layer of ice, and it comes back down to the cloud. Think of the milk and the cow, updrafts and downdrafts. Again, that's where we're seeing it gets caught back up in the cloud with the updraft, comes down. You've got a loop current going on in severe thunderstorms with large hail. It stays in the cloud until it gets too heavy and it falls out. What determines the length of time that it can grow a hailstone in that thunderstorm cloud? The winds. So take a look at this. If we have, for example, if we had that egg to tennis ball size hail, look at these winds, 70 to 77 miles per hour within a thunderstorm. Now that's severe winds, but we're talking about the updraft speed. And so that's pretty strong. You got 70 to 75 mile per hour winds just being thrust upward into that thunderstorm, taking that droplet of water way up tall in that cloud. And that's how, with those winds, it can keep that hailstone suspended within the thunderstorm cloud. That's how it can grow larger. And by the way, safely, you can actually cut open a hailstone and you can count the rings in the hailstone, the layers, and that tells you how many loops it made. So just like you count the tree rings on a stump, a tree stump, that tells you how old, how many years the tree grew. So that's how you count the number of years on a tree, tell how old it is. Same thing kind of in general with the hailstone. You can count the rings or the layers. That tells you how many loops, trips around the thunderstorm, within the thunderstorm that it made. So just a little bit of some hail science there, so to speak, for lack of a better term. All right, so anyway, that's kind of a cool thing of what we were seeing from earlier. Let me walk through our maps here and we'll get right to the very latest. And let me just go ahead and mention this real quick. In Pikeville and Bledsoe County, where we've had flooding and quarter-size hail reported, we've got 3 roads that are blocked by flooding. A section of Lowe's Gap Road is washed away. Again, we were seeing this earlier with this training of storms. That's where we showed you 3.5 to 4 inches along the Bledsoe and Cumberland County line. So, and this is Pikeville specifically. So between Pikeville and Cumberland County and Bledsoe County, we got quite a bit of flooding with roads blocked, and even a road, Lowe's Gap Road, been washed away. And that's one of the main reasons we say if there's flooding, especially at night, you don't know if that roadbed is there or not when there's flooding. Moving water flowing over the roadway. That's why we say, obviously, you don't want to stall out, number one, but you certainly don't want to drive through flooded roads and the road's not even there. The roadbed can get washed away underneath. That's the big issue with fast flowing water over roads. So there's a whole lot of reasons why you never want to go through flooded roads. That's the main one, among others. Plus, you don't want to be that person who has to get rescued with water rescue. So unfortunately, though, they've had a lot of flooding down in Bledsoe County, and so we'll keep you updated on that. All right, the impacts for the rest of this evening between now and 11 p.m., as we already talked about, quarter-size hail or larger, and power outages, isolated power outages. Tell you what, honestly, need to take that flooding up because we've already seen it. And there's been impressive training of storms. So the flooding impact is actually overperforming even than what was expected earlier. So flooding is at least a moderate impact, especially the mountainous areas. So localized flooding, let's go manually right now, put that up into the moderate category because we already seen that. This is not the environment for tornadoes. We're just looking at the main impact being large hail and now really the flooding aspect of it. With these thunderstorms and water-loaded storms, high humidity and cold air aloft. That's the recipe for large hail and also flooding. We have an elevated slight risk that will continue. Here's the Severe Thunderstorm Watch. Nashville has just been discontinued. Again, we got to get to at least about 10 to 11 p.m. So we're talking about another almost two and a half hours to go before we'll see things lessening. Now, once we get past 11 p.m., storms weaken rapidly. Matter of fact, the main impulse is going to be moving east of us, and after midnight, we're much quieter tonight. Leftover flooding could be an issue that we'll have to monitor and some damage. And a little bit of good news is I'll get back to radar in a moment. I see things quieting down a little bit in northern areas. They're really focused in the mountains, so we'll show you that in a moment as well. Severe Thunderstorm Watch officially until 11 p.m. for all of East Tennessee, Kentucky, and Virginia. So as we come back around and focus in on the radar, here's a look at the past 6 hours, and you can see how these thunderstorms have developed. That upper low is spinning back off into parts of Kentucky. So that's the main culprit, and it's that upper low with that cold air aloft that's kind of feeding on in. So that's what we're looking at, that's circulating into East Tennessee. And again, as you got a lot of energy, a lot of wind circulating around this low, and it's that colder air aloft that's also swinging in. Even earlier today, look at that, Asheville over to Charlotte. They got severe thunderstorms ongoing for our neighbors to our east. So this is a very impactful storm system, and that's why we have a 10 weather impact alert that's been in place through this evening. So here's a look at the radar, and again, I'll stop it right now. We are looking at those clusters of showers and storms. Severe thunderstorm warnings do continue from Morgan County, also down into Monroe, Blount, Severe, Cocke counties. That's where we have particular focused a new severe thunderstorm warning for Tellico Plains And let's see if I can get more information on that. But that's in place until 9:15. So let's walk through the radar right now and show you what's happening again from Crossville to Newport south. Torrential rain and heavier thunderstorms. I know it kind of gets harder to see when the radar's covered up, but basically from near Newport, basically Cosby to just south of Sweetwater and all areas in between. That's one of the main zones for heavy rain and some strong storms. So let me take that off the screen. Other areas, Wartburg to Crossville, Spring City, Kingston, near Oliver Springs, south of Oak Ridge. This is another zone of some stronger storms and very heavy rainfall. The other areas, you've been hit very hard along the Tennessee, Kentucky, Virginia state line. So more heavy rain and storms. These are below severe levels near the Tennessee, Kentucky state line right now. But heavy rainfall does continue as these storms over the past couple of hours, almost streaming due east the past couple of hours. So, and we're going to see a little bit of more of a slightly south of east movement once we move into the latter part of this evening. But honing on in, again, we're going to go ahead and let the severe thunderstorm warnings pop up here. I'll stop the radar right now and zoom on in just a little bit more so we can get the latest warnings. Let me go up here into Morgan County. Morgan and Roane, again, severe thunderstorm warning is still in place for you until 8:45. And there, let me go ahead and talk about this flash flood warning. Again, we have so many different ones, so I'll zoom on in here. For Bledsoe and Ray County, this is the storm that had those roads blocked in Bledsoe County. And this is what we're seeing right now for Bledsoe and Ray counties. This is what we're looking at. Let me show you how much rainfall. Wow. So this actually extends, Doppler radar is estimating, up into Cumberland County as well. So I know I said Pikeville earlier, that's north of Pikeville. But look at that. I mean, it looks like there's a bullseye that actually extends up into Cumberland County. That's 4.5 inches. Yep, that'll do it. I mean, on a serious note, very heavy rainfall. And there were storms repeatedly moving over the same area. So that's the Doppler radar has estimated that. And basically, that's really in the last about 3 hours or so. So let me show you radar right now. And we still have heavy rain over the same areas. See that 4.5 inch bullseye was right there, and upstream, there's more showers coming back in. Here's a look at the last hour. Now, thankfully and hopefully, we do see a trend of less activity. It's on the other side of the plateau, so hang in there. But that's the concern for Cumberland and Bledsoe County with that flash flooding. Now, here's a look. Once again, we talked about this a moment ago. The very large hail, perhaps anywhere from egg size to tennis ball size hail, went right over Tallahassee. Getting reports. Let me see with meteorologists Becca Sweet and Mike Simon, and don't have any other information from that, but I can pass along that Holly Jackson Ogle, who lives at the junction of highways 72 and 129 near Tallahassee, has a hailstone in her hand, and it looks like it's close to tennis ball size, or maybe racquetball size, I'm guessing, because I don't have a coin to measure it against that I could see. And so, major damage to vehicles and trees being reported in Tallahassee as very large hail went through. And so this was the setup, what we were talking about earlier today, the large hail being the primary impact, because the atmosphere is conducive for doing that. So here's what we're seeing. In addition to the large hail, we have flooding. That's a concern into the mountainous community. So I'm going to widen on out and just stop the radar right there. But you can just see, again, the heavier rain streaming. So there's a look at the residual flash flood warning that is in place for McMinn and Monroe counties. Also, this is a new warning, and this is in place until 11:15. And again, this is for southern Blount, northeastern McMinn, and central Monroe counties. And again, we've seen, let me go ahead and show you the Doppler radar estimates here for how much rain has fallen in these areas. And I'm going to query that in a moment. It looks like that's probably anywhere from 2 to 3 inches. Looks like the heavier amount is up near Von Orr, and I'll zoom on into that in a minute, almost 2¼ inches. So it was a little high on that end, but that stretches just south of Von Orr. That stretches back into McMinn County, excuse me. And so this is just rainfall. So there's a look at what we're seeing. Again, these storms are water loaded, and then they're tapping into the cold air loft. So large hail and flooding are certainly a combination. And there you see that very heavy rainfall. Now keep in mind, here's the heavy rain that's falling on the other in North Carolina's side as far as the state line, but it's mountainous terrain. And so if it's falling along the spine of the Appalachians and on the west side or northwest side, it's going to flow down into Tennessee. Matter of fact, a lot of those waters, of course, like the Pigeon, the French Broad, flow from North Carolina into Tennessee anyway. Okay, so you're getting that drainage that's flowing down as far as the larger rivers. But I was concerned more than anything with those mountain streams and creeks, the smaller streams and creeks flooding quickly. And then those are going to rise and go into the bigger rivers that will also have the potential for flooding as we go through this evening. Even once the rain comes to an end, we could have some issues with flooding in the mountains. So again, for Monroe, Blount, Sevier, and Cocke counties, boy, let me go ahead and loop it over the last hour. Again, absolutely pouring, torrential rain. And I don't say that too lightly. Torrential rainfall from Hartford, near Cosby, Del Rio, in southern Cocke County, right back down Pittman Center, the Smokies, all through the Smokies, the Cocke, Sevier, and Blount counties, and just training right back into North Carolina. So basically from Fontana and Robbinsville and feeding all the way up into the Great Smoky Mountains through the Smokies into Cocke County. That's what I'm concerned. I've just highlighted that area right there. And you got another area, again right here, that's continuing to produce very heavy rainfall from Von Orr back over to Lassie, which had the very large hail earlier, and this has got potential for flooding. So that's why there is a flash flood warning, again, from McMinn, Monroe into Blount counties until 11:15. That's a little more than 2.5 hours from right now. So again, that's the latest with what we were seeing there, and there's back to the rainfall. Let's see, that's just the last 3 hours. So I'm letting that roll over and accumulate and aggregate, if you will. That's a cumulative a composite of how much rain is falling total over the last 3 hours. And that's just what we're talking about. We're talking about really in the last hour, hour and a half, that's really starting to be compounded. And that's the issue. Saturated soils, water, instead of seeping into the soil, it runs off. Little creeks feed into bigger creeks and bigger rivers, and then you got a whole lot of flooding going on. So that's the issue, as you know. So here's back to the big picture of what we're seeing. Again, those scattered showers and thunderstorms do continue, especially across southern areas. Now, from Oak Ridge to Knoxville, let's talk about the Central Valley. We have not been impacted nearly as much as our neighbors to the north, closer to the Tennessee-Kentucky line, the Plateau especially, and particularly just south. But that does include Loudoun County. You've been hit pretty hard with some, looked like some large hail, especially Loudoun down to Philadelphia, Rarity Bay, Greenback. Likely saw some large hail coming across 411 and continuing 321, and then further south into Monroe County, going down Highway 68 as you go from Sweetwater down to toward Von Orr and Madisonville. To Tellico Plains, and before you hop over on Von Orr to Greenback on 411. So 68, 411, some of those areas hit pretty hard by high water. And so if you don't have to be out and about driving tonight, not recommended. A lot of water on the roads, and we still have ongoing threats for some stronger storms. So probably best to stay home if you can, or if you have to be out, go slow. A lot of ponding and hydroplaning issues, especially further south of Knoxville. You go down into Loudoun, Monroe, and Blount and Sevier counties right now. So again, that's the latest. Let's see. Yeah, I can go ahead and show you that. The sun's about to set. I was just going to show you Gatlinburg camera. I believe I have that set up here. And speaking of other camera views, we'll kind of take a look at that coming up right now. So let me pull that up for you. Again, I know it's nightfall, but very heavy rainfall continues to fall in Gatlinburg, but especially right in here. Here's Mount LeConte way up in here. Of course, you can't see it. Number one, it's dark, and number two, it's raining like crazy up in the Smokies. So we got all that rain. Does that lightning just flash there? Probably. So thunderstorms continuing. Yep, that's lightning. Thunderstorms continuing again into the mountainous regions of Sevier County. And again, those storms continuing. I'll just kind of show you. This is Sevier County above Gatlinburg, but they're tracking in from Blount County into Sevier County and feeding right up the spine, the base of the mountains. There's the lightning and thunderstorms right into Cocke County with very heavy rainfall. So whenever we have thunderstorms with very heavy rain and mountainous terrain, automatically there becomes a concern depending on how long they stay there, how long they develop. If you have multicellular thunderstorms, you have repeated thunderstorms moving up the same area, you get rapid runoff. That's the recipe ingredients for flooding and flash flooding. What's the difference between the two? Flash flooding occurs very quickly. We're talking about minutes and short time, several hours, flash flooding. A flood warning is more of a prolonged nature of flooding. We know about that, of course, and that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about rapid rises, though, and some flash flooding in a short period of time. That's the concern. May have some flooding that postponed the following, I should say, after the storms move through later tonight. By the way, it looks much better for Friday and Saturday. I'll go ahead and tell you, Friday, Saturday, most of Mother's Day should be drying out some. Main impact of showers will be just south of us over the next 2 to 3 days. Sunday, Mother's Day, may see some showers creeping back up toward Monroe County, Sweetwater, Athens, working their way up the valley late in the day. But most of our Mother's Day weekend, pretty good. There's some impressive lightning again. We're just showing you the Gatlinburg camera. That's what it looks like right now. Again, sun is setting here. Let me kind of just walk through some of the camera views of what we're looking at right here. This is our downtown camera. Sorry, it took a minute to figure out where that was. Actually, that's the tower camera. Here's downtown. Again, not a whole lot of different things to show you. Just wanted to show you Smokey's camera was looking west a moment ago, and this is Douglas Lake. Again, the sun set about 15 minutes ago now, so those are just some different camera views that I wanted to show you. Particularly, I was looking at those earlier of what we were looking at. By the way, let me share this with you just while we can here. And again, appreciate you joining us on this live stream. Just trying to bring you the latest. The twofold concern right now is severe storms, large hail in some parts of our region, and flooding into the mountains and flash flooding. Take a look at this. This is quarter-size hail earlier in Tazewell. This was earlier this afternoon. Ave Frady shared this with us. Meteorologist Mike Simon put together this video, and appreciated Mike doing that for us to all see. This is in Tazewell, and that's quarter-size hail. This is a 4-minute long video that Ave Frady shared with us, and just peppering the ground. You can see it accumulating. By the way, my brother, older brother in Asheville, North Carolina, it looked just like this. And my older brother Trip, he showed me a picture afterwards, said after the hail stopped, the roads were steaming. Because think of it, it's ice. Just like you threw ice cubes all over the ground and road. And then it was still warm at that point earlier in Asheville in the afternoon. But just a side note, a lot of times you'll see that. You can have fog a lot of times after it hails because it's cool and condensing, and it's kind of like it helps cool the air near dew point, near the ground level, so automatically you can have some fog and steam forming after hail. But that was hail from earlier, and again, as we talked about a moment ago, the favorable setup today is cold air aloft, and as these thunderstorms develop, you got strong updrafts feeding up and hitting that cold air aloft, along with some stronger winds. You got the favorable development for hailstones, which go up drafts and down drafts and get caught up in that storm and get caught in a loop and grow. They get a layer of ice when it gets below freezing. When they come back down, I think I failed to mention some moment ago, in the downdraft, it's water loaded. So it's getting, think about an icy stone or a little small hailstone, getting a layer of water and get taken right back up with the updrafts in that storm where it's below freezing. Sub-freezing air freezes that layer of water. So that whole process, water, ice, multiple layers can form. And that's how a hailstone grows until it gets too heavy and it falls. And what determines the hail size is the winds within the thunderstorm. And you got to have winds about 60 to 70 miles per hour to get hail sizes upwards of golf ball to tennis ball size. Egg size is 2-inch hail. So just to point out again, quarter size hail is severe hail, quarter size or larger. So that's 1-inch diameter. Golf ball is 1.75 inches. Just got another report. I want to pass along this. Whoa. So let's see. Yeah. Now I think this may be the picture. I'm just looking at the National Weather Service chat. They are confirming this is actually in Von Orr. So that was between Von Orr and Tallahassee. It says Von Orr, tennis ball size hail, which is 2.5-inch diameter hail. So here's another, again, this is what we were talking about earlier. That's a confirmation, 2.5-inch hail, tennis ball size hail. Then we got ping pong ball size hail. Use all the sports balls sizes, etc. Up in Lee County, Virginia, around Ewing. So ping pong ball size hail up in Ewing, Virginia. And a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for Cott County. There could be $half size hail in Cott County. So again, I just wanted to show you that for reference. We've mainly been seeing hail the size anywhere, well, got to include tennis ball now, but we've had anywhere from quarter size to tennis ball size. Now with that report from Von Orr to Tallahassee, tennis ball size hail. That's rare, and this is a rare setup. Usually that hail that size is mainly far to our west in the plain states, et cetera, et cetera. That's because they get big storms. So just one more graphic to show you that to get those strong, large hailstones, you got to have winds 60 to 70 miles per hour to get that, that quarter, golf ball, egg, and there's tennis ball, just under 80 mile per hour winds, actually 77. Again, this is kind of hail science. It's pretty much, tried and true. In order to get that big a hailstone, you got to have strong winds, keeping it suspended in the cloud to grow from that water layer to ice layer. All right, so that covers that. Again, we are looking at that elevated severe risk through 11 p.m. We do have a severe thunderstorm watch that's in place until 11 p.m. Here's the broader, again, level 2, and it was pretty much, a Storm Prediction Center. It's not a hard call when you got this set up with really cold air aloft. They were immediately describing that we could have hen egg size 2-inch plus diameter hail across that whole area. Going back, this area right here could have egg size hail or larger. So it's that cold air aloft. And so actually that's pretty much verifying. And so we have that severe thunderstorm watch until 11 p.m. That's going to continue as we go into this evening. So let me go ahead and zoom back in and give you a radar update. And I'll continue to check out the latest. And then we'll probably conclude the stream here in a little bit. Hopefully and thankfully we'll see a little bit, and I'm seeing this now, the northern half of the region, not quite as intense as earlier. But again, the main information I want to get across when we came on, whenever it was a little while ago, was we were seeing increasing thunderstorms into the mountains and that concern for not only severe storms and large hail, but flooding and flash flooding. That is a concern that we're continuing to watch, and the National Weather Service, again, did issue that flash flood warning for McMinn, Monroe, and southern Blount counties. So we'll see. Hopefully those storms start to come on down, and maybe we won't have to have any more, but we'll have to see. Would not be surprised if in the direct Smokies we have to deal with more flooding issues. Let me take you back into Cott County because that was one of the latest warnings that was issued, and that's in effect until 9:30. This warning right here, let me let that pop up. Cott County until 9:30. That includes Hartford, Del Rio. We got overlapping severe thunderstorm warnings. So there's another one for Cott County until, that's the previous one until 9 p.m. So again, it's just the nature. They overlap. I know it gets cluttered, but that's what we're seeing as far as in Cott County specifically. And actually, there's the one for Greene County. Just need to slide over a little bit more. And that's also in place until 9:30. So for Cott and Greene counties until 9:30. So again, let me kind of widen out a little bit for perspective. And I'll put this in motion so you can see this is the last 2 hours. Let me take that down to 1 hour and show you what we're looking at. Again, storms are moving, riding right up the spine of the Appalachians, the Smoky Mountains from Cott into Greene County. And coming out of the Smokies into the Cherokee National Forest as you leave Cott County going into Greene County and the northern mountains. So that's what we're looking at. But in the mountainous terrain, again, those storms are repeatedly moving over that same area. So that's the concern. We got this corridor of some intense storms. Let me move that arrow a little bit more. Intense storms, I should say, with large hail and heavy rainfall is the main concern. So let me move it up just a little bit more so you can see 321, basically corridor. So along Highway 321, coming out of Severe into Cott County, continuing up into Greene County. So this is going to impact, those areas, the mountainous communities. So, now we're talking about especially the flash flooding concern for the smaller creeks and streams, okay? The bigger rivers, the Pigeon, the French Broad, the Nolichucky, et cetera. It takes a while for the bigger rivers to flood, obviously, okay? We can see that. But this is a scenario where we're talking about a flash flooding scenario. So rapid rises in those smaller creeks and streams in a very short period of time. Now, flash flooding is the tough one. That's where you got to act quickly if you live in a flood-prone area. And again, even if it's a smaller creek or stream or a general smaller river that you live near, okay, need to keep an eye on that. Whenever there's flooding and you live in a flood-prone area, got to stay alert. Okay, we'll do our best job what we can to advise you of that, but be prepared to seek higher ground. Now, I will say this, the nature of flash flooding is rapid rises, but a lot of times just as quickly as the waters rise, once it stops raining, when we're talking about flash flooding, and smaller creeks and streams, those waters can recede fairly quickly. So we have to wait for the rain and storms to move out, and then that usually follows suit. Now, again, a flood warning, for river flood warning, that's usually more of a prolonged thing. We don't have those in place. Okay, just want to distinguish between the two, between flash flooding and river flood warning. Two different animals. Flash flooding, immediate, short term, minutes to a few hours, and it goes away. Longer term flooding, that's a different story. So we don't have that. We're talking about potential flash flooding that's ongoing with that. So that's a look at Cocke County and Greene County, and again, the corridor of storms that continues to move in your direction. So let me widen out and come back into Severe County, including Gatlinburg, Pittman Center. A lot of Severe counties seeing torrential rainfall. And so the other factor, I didn't necessarily mention this specifically, but the other thing you got going on is you got these storms that are moving slightly south of east, okay? So let me just go ahead and, tell straight. Basically from Crossville, right across Knoxville, Newport, Greenville, everything's generally moving in an easterly fashion. But when you get down here in the mountains, again, by nature of the orientation from southwest to northeast of the Appalachian Mountains, the Smokies, the storms, they are kind of still moving east, but they're banking and riding up against those mountains. And there's a little bit of upslope, a little bit of that perpendicular glide. So it's coming in a little bit, not only from the west, but the west-northwest. So they're sliding into the mountains, these heavier showers and storms, a little bit more perpendicular. And let me try to do a better job of illustrating that. What I mean by that is when I say perpendicular, they're coming more northwest to southeast and a little bit more of a direct flow into the mountains. So that's going to do a greater job of effectively squeezing out even greater rates of rainfall and precipitation into the mountainous terrain. So, it's going to squeeze out a lot of rain anyway, because as you go up in elevation, the air cools, it condenses. That's why mountains have more rainfall than the valleys below. So, above Gatlinburg, Mount LeConte is going to average over 80 inches of rain precipitation each year. And so that's impressive, obviously, at a higher elevation. And so in the valley below, we average, let's see if I can think of that real quick, 52 inches, about 52, 53 inches in Knoxville per year. So almost a 30-inch difference between high mountains and the valley below. So that's just the nature of elevation. So as you go up, precipitation is wrung out of the atmosphere, out of the clouds, and you get a lot more rainfall. You get more snow in the mountains, obviously, than in the valleys. Same story. So that's the concern, is these rates of heavy rainfall are banking up into the mountains, and that's what we're continuing to monitor right here. More storms are feeding back toward Tellico Plains, and again, you can see a little bit of back building going on here in Monroe County. And when we say back building, when storms are moving in one direction, okay, then they're redeveloping. Same thing, back building or redeveloping, and then moving back over the same area. So redeveloping a little bit more is because you have some unstable air, and it's that cold air aloft that's feeding it. And again, we got to get to past 11 p.m., then we're going to see much better weather for the rest of tonight. So it's mainly an evening storm event that we're looking at. There's the flash flood warning till 11:15. Blount, McMinn, Monroe counties. Again, now that we're at night, now that the sun is set, you always want to avoid flooded roadways and floodwaters in general, especially at night when floodwaters are harder to see. And as we talked about a moment ago, never drive across or through a flooded roadway for a number of reasons. Your vehicle could stall out, but particularly if there's flowing water going across the road, and swift flowing water at that, the roadbed underneath, you don't know how deep it is, number one. Even if you know the area, you don't know how deep that water is. And it only takes 1 to 2 feet of water to get yourself and even a vehicle up to 2 feet of water to get a vehicle floating. It only takes about actually 1.5 feet to 2 feet of water, depends on the vehicle. The light of the vehicle doesn't take much. So you just don't know how deep it is, number one. But if it's swift moving, that roadbed can be washed out. We're seeing that in Bledsoe County. There was a Lowe's Gap Road that was washed out in Bledsoe County because of the flooding, because they had about 3 to 4 inches of rain in a couple hours' time. So avoid floodwaters, number one, and particularly at night when it's harder to see. Just don't go ahead. You already know that ahead of time. Nope, flooding, turn around, don't drown. No questions asked. Don't even have to, deliberate over it. Just go ahead and turn around. Avoid the floodwaters. We do have a strong thunderstorm special statement that's likely going to be for, I'm guessing, about 40-mile-per-hour winds. Don't guess, Todd. It says less than 30. And penny-size hail. So it's below severe levels, less than 30. And dime or penny-size hail, which is 3/4 inch in diameter, Again, quarters 1 inch, so below severe hail there. But a strong storm in Tellico Plains, Bald River Falls, Indian Boundary, and also around City Cove Beach area. Heads up there, we're looking at some strong storms, very heavy rainfall now moving into the mountainous regions again of Monroe County. So again, as we've talked about, and up on the Cherry Skyway, steep terrain, rapid runoff, watch out for flooding. Again, Tellico Plains, watch out for flooding beneath that, and hopefully this storm will be progressive where it doesn't stick around too long, but watch out for some high water issues there. As we go ahead and expand out in Knoxville, again, we haven't really had to focus too much on the Central Valley proper in around Knoxville, because storms have been around us. They haven't really been impactful as far as right here in the Knoxville metro area. We have just light to moderate rains falling right now, but you know, the overall the setup was for the large hail, and now we're talking about flooding, but not too much wind action, thankfully, and there's no tornado threat with this. So it was a different animal, so to speak. This particular setup was mainly one that was severe for large hail. And that's why we showed you that hail size description. We were talking about that earlier today because it was a favorable setup to get some of that large hail. But the other factor that has overperformed a little bit, to be honest, has been the heavy rainfall and flooding. So these thunderstorms dropping some really heavy rates of rain, and they've repeatedly developed. So that's been an added part to the severe equation, if you will, or the storm equation, as we've had some extra rainfall added on top of that, some flooding. All right, that's what it looks like as far as the big picture. Let me go ahead and widen back out one more time and we'll take a break. Coming up on 9 o'clock here, we're going to reset. We're going to get ready coming up for the 10 o'clock show on Fox 43. And of course at 11 o'clock, on Channel 10, WBIR. And the good news there, that's right about the time that our watch ends, if not before. The severe threat ends, if not before. And again, we'll be improving. Now, we'll have to see about the flooding threat. That may linger with, even after it stops thunderstorming and raining, you can still have some residual high water. So we'll have to see about that. And okay, here's another. Okay, this Becca Sweet sent me another picture, and let me go to text. Okay, so here's a better picture. This is back to around the Tallahassee area, and the information it says about 2 inches in diameter. So that would be egg size, hen egg size, with the first pick. And this, oh, she says that's with the second round. I'm looking at a number of hailstones. I could almost walk that up to and show you, it won't focus. But I'm looking at that, and thank you, Rebecca Sweet, for passing along. This was going back to there was major damage to some vehicles and trees in Tallahassee from, it looked like, well, it was large hail that went, it was a hail core that went right over Tallahassee. And so that was earlier. And let me show you, I think I still have that here, and I'll back it up. But Tallahassee had some very large hail. And again, I was looking at one photograph, did not have a coin to measure. It almost looked to me like it could have been tennis ball or racquetball size hail, so maybe not quite that large. This is still an estimate, a guesstimate. Again, anytime if you're watching us and submitting a hail picture, thank you so much. We always want you to do that safely. If you can have a coin right beside that hailstone, either laying down on a surface like the deck surface if you have that, or in the palm of your hand, just have a coin like a quarter or a nickel or a dime. But a quarter is preferable because whenever you get quarter size or larger, that's severe. So, you know, dime and nickel is nothing to sneeze at, but at least it's just below severe levels. Let's see, did that go back far enough? No, it didn't. So let me go back. This was earlier. Let me take you back earlier this afternoon. There it is right there. And I'll stop it. Go back right there. So let's see, that shows just before 7:30. And it went right over, yeah, from, actually we did have, now here's what's interesting. The reason we said tennis ball earlier, and I was guessing that first based on the picture, but actually we do have a separate report between Von Orr and Tallahassee of tennis ball size hail, 2.5 inch diameter. So let me just back that up a little bit more. So see where that storm got going? It got going in Roane County. It got going around 10 Mile, near the Roane and Ray County line, around the John Knox Center. Hope all the campers are okay there and staff. They do a great job there, by the way. Coming out of Roane, boy, Loudoun County. Or no, we're not there yet. I'm sorry. crossing over Interstate 75 had large hail coming out of Roane and into Loudoun County. And then it went right southwest of Greenback. It was right along the Loudoun and Monroe County line. So from Von Orr to Tallahassee. Look at that. Look at that just, whew. So there you go. That's at 7:30 in Tallahassee. And that's when we had, again, one of our viewers at the intersection of highways, Highway 72 and 129. And Holly Jackson Ogle sent us a picture. It was like that in her hand. So I was thinking it was close to tennis ball size, just under. So, but we did have a confirmation of tennis ball size hail, 2.5-inch diameter. And that's the storm that was around the area earlier, and that's since weakened. But now the concern is the growing rainfall, accumulating rainfall that is still occurring from Von Orr toward Tallahassee and into the Smoky Mountains. And as we mentioned a moment ago, the big concern in northern Bledsoe and Cumberland County, flash flooding, a road being washed out, some roads blocked north of Pikeville in northern Bledsoe County. As Doppler radar was estimating, it was still raining there a moment ago, so let me sample that. I think, what do we have, 4.5? It's still about 4.4, close to 4.5 inches of rain from earlier in a short period of time, in a couple hours' time, 2, maybe going on 3. But that's greater than 1 to 2, almost 2 inches per hour rainfall rates, especially at the height of that event. So we do have the flash flood warning coming out of McMinn, Monroe, and the Blount counties. And again, those storms continue. Let me show you our future cast. I don't even know if we've gotten to this yet. Apologies. Just a lot to get to. So here we are right now at 9 p.m. We'll see how our high-res model is doing, because that's one of the pause points I had earlier. So let's go from 9 to 10 p.m. Okay, and still got some scattered storms lingering. And there's 11 p.m. Again, the expectation is for these storms to be weakening. Good, there you go. That's pretty much right on cue still. And that's why, there's a rhyme and a reason sometimes when they have a watch to a certain time. A lot of times now, a lot of times they'll expire a watch before you even get there. Usually it's at least that long, but a lot of times it ends up being shorter, but they'll carry it out, because sometimes it goes for areas further away from us. And so even if it moves by us, it's still in place for example, North Carolina. That's why a watch will sometimes be put in place for even longer than it seems like it needs to be. It's because they're covering a wide area. That's from the Storm Prediction Center that issues watches out of Norman, Oklahoma. By the way, there's a look at what we're looking at for Friday, improving, mainly drier tomorrow, a few spotty showers. Here's a check before we depart and conclude this live stream, and then we'll get ready at 10, 11 for the live TV broadcast. Here's your Mother's Day weekend forecast. Mainly dry on Saturday. Looks pretty good right now, relatively speaking, especially after storms tonight. Mostly sunny to partly cloudy, and overall mainly dry, low to mid-70s. Mother's Day doesn't look bad. We'll see more clouds increasing. There will be a chance for some showers slipping up from the south later in the afternoon and into Sunday night. And then by Monday, we're looking at more rain. It looks like a separate area of low pressure. Matter of fact, the low pressure that's going to be moving into the deep south, that system that's coming into our northwest now, it's going to be redeveloping to our south for most of Mother's Day weekend. So Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, come on, system. Got a lot of bandwidth going on here. It's buffering. There it is. A lot of the deep south, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, Mother's Day weekend, best chance for rain will be just south of us. And so we have low-end chances Friday and Saturday, but low-end chances. Spotty showers. Looks like we're somewhat drier tomorrow. And Mother's Day, we do have that 30% chance, because later in the day into Sunday night, could see some rain showers moving back in. We'll keep you updated on that again tonight. We'll look at that again all over again for tomorrow. We'll have a full weekend update, full update for you coming up tomorrow before we get to Mother's Day weekend. It'll probably be an even more clear picture. So, and then Monday and Tuesday, rain is likely. Have you been wanting the warm spring temperatures to return? You got it. Wednesday and Thursday, we'll finally start to dry back out with temperatures rising into the low to mid 80s. Okay, that's it for this live stream. Again, thank you for joining us. I hope you continue to have a good, safe night. Again, if you live in the mountains or a flood-prone area, keep an eye on those flood waters. Be prepared to seek higher ground if you live in a flood-prone area. Never drive through flooded roadways. Turn around, don't drown. That's the motto. Be safe, be smart. Just don't mess with it, basically, right? Don't mess with flooding. Go the opposite way. Always a good thing to do. And we'll see you back tonight for an update, and enjoy your Mother's Day weekend. Safe travels if you're traveling, and I hope you have a great weekend. Again, thank you for joining us. Have a good rest of your night.
Bye.